attention, knowing you want all this woman. Yeah. All of them bitches hating, I have you with me. All of my niggas saying you mad committed. Really to anybody, you had them ready. All of the body, I need ass and titties.
Like a moment, keeping me in the moment. I bet you hadn't known it. Why don't you say so? Didn't even notice your punches start to roll. You got to keep it focused. Do you wanna say so? Like a moment, keeping me in the moment. I bet you hadn't known it. Why don't you say so? Didn't even notice your punches start to roll. You got to keep it focused. Do you wanna say so?
Listen as your day unfolds. Challenge what the future. Try and keep your head up to the sky. Whatever's standing, cause your toes. Go ahead, release your fears. Stand and be counting, don't be.
Oh, see ever leaving like a moment, keeping me in the moment. I bet you hadn't known it. Why don't you say so? Psycho mother, how she keep out. Didn't even notice your punches start to roll. You got to keep it focused. You wanna say so? Psycho mother, need to look at it too.
Listen as your day unfolds. Challenge what the future. Try and keep your head up to the sky. Whatever's standing, cause your toes. Go ahead, release your fears. Stand and be counting, don't be ashamed. Listen as your day unfolds. Challenge what the future. Try and keep your head up to the sky. Whatever's standing, cause your toes.
And if the beat live, you know Lil Juke made it. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Post me a pic, finna make me a profit. When the liquor hit, then the bitch get toxic.
Why the fuck you in the club with niggas wild?
I've been lit since brunch, that shit. Order 42 for the table, let's pop shit. Missionaire or doggy style on my top shit. Pussy ass niggas hating on me from the closet. Hoes tryna call me a snake, shit. I guess I can relate, cause the bitch spit a whole lot of venom. And since these hoes all rats, when they come around me, all I see is a whole lot of dinner. I walk around the house butt naked and I stop at air mirror just stare at my own posterior. I don't give a fuck who talk behind my back, cause the bitch knew better than to let me hear. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees, hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees. Hoes said he wish a bitch would, and I'm a genie. Bitch so high, gotta stay in bikinis. He got a girl, but he keep begging to see me. I love it when a nigga got a mouth full of BBs. No, I'm not a patient, better let him treat me. I gotta be a doctor, how I'm ordering CCs. Go to your place, no case, 99% tint in a blacked out rape. I remember hoes used to clap for me happily. Now I'm bossed up and them same hoes mad at me. Acting like they ride whole time trying to pass me. Watching me go through it, still trying to drag me. Acting like you winning if you think about it actually. Are they supporting you or really just attacking me? I don't give a fuck about a blog trying to bash me. I'm the shit per the recording academy. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees, hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees. Drinking out the motherfucking bottle on my thigh shit. Everything I eat goes straight to my pockets. 2021, finna graduate college. Shot girl shit, I'm a real hot topic. Fucking on a nigga, make him sing on some pop shit. I need a real headbang on some rock shit. Pussy like crack when they hit it like dope. Got a real hot box, but a bitch don't smoke. Hot girl, but I'm still the coldest. Hey, I'm the big homie, but I ain't the oldest. Bitch, try hate trying to get noticed. Man, ain't nobody come see you, Otis. Look, how many bitches lying if they say they boss is better? They really puppet, so I really gotta go at your petter. I'm really talking, but it really can apply to whoever. I'm finna free, get a boy after a bitch or a nigga. Big bang, take a little bang, bitch, add it up. Hoes taking shots, but they ain't in my caliber. Book, but I squeeze a little head in my calendar. Looking in the mirror like, damn, I don't bragging up. LB's, double C's, Birkins, I'm working. My chain ain't hitting if a bitch ain't hurting. Look, I ain't even finna argue with a bitch. One thing I know, two things for certain. None of these And I'ma keep talking all the shit that I want. Not there when these hoes come tell me I can't. We ain't even speaking if the nigga ain't spinning. He can never say that I was one of his women. I don't even let niggas know I stay. I be damn if you think he popping up on this pimpin'. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees, hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, hands on my knees. And if the beat live, you know Lil Ju made it.
Find your dreams come true. And I wonder if you know what it means, what it means. And I wonder if you know what it means, what it means. And I wonder if you know what it means to find your dreams. And I've been waiting all this my whole life. These dreams be waking me up at night. You say I think I'm never wrong. You know what maybe you're right.
You got a mod view for mobile? Holy shit. Praise the Twitch gods indeed. Also, hi everyone. How are you? 1 second. I'm locking my mic into place. My mic stand is starting to get a little creaky, and so it's like, fighting me. How's everybody doing? Hopefully the answer is good. I'm looking for scab artists. I should do a day where my entire stream is just me looking for artists for 2.0. I think that'd be a really funny stream idea. We just look for artists together. Third word! Thank you for the first! Also, hi Celestial. I also like that beat. That's why I listen to it so often. Game artist hunt. That'd be pretty funny. Ooh, that's a pretty one. I'm like getting sidetracked. We're gonna play Elden Ring, I promise. I'm just getting sidetracked. It automatically blocks out NSFW. I'm safe. I'm safe as hell. How's the Peach family? Good. I'm so sorry we haven't streamed. I'm so sorry I haven't streamed in a while. The family's doing good. I just had a family come into town for a few days for the eclipse because we got the full totality here in Texas. Oh, thanks for petting everybody. Yeah, I'm positive for. But yeah, no, I had family come in for the totality, and whenever family came in, I decided to take 2 days off to be with them, and then the next 2 days were Gore's days off, so I decided to catch up on some house chores that needed to get done. So I did a bunch of laundry and dishes, and cleaned my bedroom, and did some shopping, did some grocery shopping. So I've been doing all kinds of stuff. And so now I'm back. Yeah, how dare a streamer take a break? It was a little bit longer than my normal break. Usually I only take 2 days off a week. This week I took 4 days off. But I promise that won't be happening anymore. At least not for the next couple weeks, because I don't think we have anything going on. So, no worries. I will not be taking such long breaks again for the foreseeable future, unless like I get sick and die or something. But everybody's doing good. Bunny's doing good. She's growing like nobody's business. I spent a good half of yesterday going through all of her clothes and getting rid of all the clothes that putting all the clothes that she grew out of into storage, which was quite a few boxes, and it was very sad. I cried. But I also watched a couple movies while I was doing laundry, so I can't really, like, it wasn't the worst, you know? It definitely could have been a way worse time. My back hurts, though, and I'm very tired now. When you do 12 hours of laundry, surprisingly enough, you end up with back pain, and you end up sleepy as hell. And I took a nap today. I took a 2-hour nap today, and I'm still tired as fuck. So... what would be good clickbait? Wait, what? Oh yeah, we caught up on Pokemon. I started watching the new Pokemon series on Netflix. I'm only watching it on Netflix. I'm not watching it on anything else. I'm only watching it on Netflix. So I'm not caught up to the like the Japanese, because I have to, they don't stream that anywhere. I have to like go out of my way to like watch it like on one of those like torrenting apps. But I like to watch things on my TV because my daughter is a fucking hellion and she's walking now, so I spend most of my day running after her. No, on actual Netflix. On actual Netflix. Gore's parents pay for Netflix, so I use their Netflix. If I sleep during the day, I get headaches. Gore gets that way sometimes. I don't, usually. Which is great, because I always take naps when the baby takes naps, because usually by then we're both fucking exhausted. So, it ends up working out pretty well. But yeah, no, all in all, productive handful of days. Saw family for 2 days, which ran me a little ragged. And then did chores for 2 days, which ran me even more ragged. And now we're about to play Elden Ring, which is about to run me off the end of the ragged, at the ragged cliffside. Honestly, you probably could find all the Pokemon out there in the ocean. I believe it. Together. I was wondering why stream was so quiet. Turns out I had it muted. Pretty fucked up, honestly. Yeah, pretty fucked up. I'm trying to get the game loaded up. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I haven't even touched the game yet. I'm scrolling around on... I'm scrolling around on BJ. I'll get the movie up. Or I get the game. Movie? Jesus! What is my brain today? Audio? Audio? Sorry, my brain is ass today. I got my little cup of water. You hear it? ASMR. Ooh. Sorry. I smacked the shit out of the mic. My bad. I'm actually drinking water today because God knows I probably need it. I should probably pause the music. I should just realize, probably pause the music. Wah, 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 wah. Oh. Wait. Moment. Moment. Oh, oh, oh. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. It says Elden Ring it's picking up the audio for, but it's not showing that it's picking up the audio for it. The fuck's up with that? See you tomorrow, moving on. Oh, I just meant moving on from Blythe since I, you know, murdered him. That's all I meant. I misclicked. Oh, it's okay. It happens to the best of us. I'm trying to get the game. I'm trying to get the game audio. Hi, Dawn. It's going pretty good. I'm trying to get the game audio to work. Give me one moment. For whatever reason, Elden Ring's audio fucking hates. Elden Ring. Elden Ring's audio hates. Alright, well, no Elden Ring audio. So let's go ahead and just, audio output capture, I guess. Alright, there we go. That'll work. Maybe turn Elden Ring on and off? Nah, I'll just do this for now. This isn't my ideal, but I'll do it. Alright, I need to... Not that. Ooh, thank you for the pets! I'm a little off-centered today. Just to kind of help with, ooh, sorry. Just to kind of help with TikToks and all that good shit. Okay, so it's been, what? 5 days since I've last played Elden Ring. Okay. Which fucking item is it? Nope, those are all shields. Which fucking weapon is it? The Serpent Hunter. Okay. Cool. Oh, this one. Oh, okay, cool. We're not too overloaded on equipment. Fucking Jesus. This thing. Holy shit. This thing's huge. All right. I mean, it is pretty cool. I'll give you that. All right, let's try it out. We'll see how we feel about it. I don't think I had a whole lot of runes. Not that I'm gonna have any good time finding them in here. Okay. Oh, dope. I gotta remember how this shit works. Oh. Oh, I'm like super encumbered. Okay. Okay. I'm like, spam your special? Oh, okay. I'm like super encumbered. Hold on. I need to actually take my old sword off. Because I went to roll and was like, Jesus! Fucking 1 second. Okay, that's much nicer. Okay. I didn't have any runes. I don't think I had any runes to begin with, though. Jesus! Oh, well, I just learned this guy can pick you up. Did y'all know that? Because I sure didn't. Oh my god! So, last time I played this guy, I need y'all to know I had my Mimic out, so he was taking all the damage for me. Oh my god! Not me getting body slammed by a fucking snake! Oh, there's a fucking thing there. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm like trapped up against a wall somehow. Hey, yo. Yeah, he's got me locked as fucked. Hey, yo! Spit me out, you big bitch! Stop grabbing me! I'm just trying to figure him out, if you want me to be honest. Oh, does he hit like harder the more damage you do to him? Is that how this works? Alright, cool. And now I don't have any health for phase 2. And not enough to summon my Mimic. So we're just gonna do this, I guess. Yeah, this is fine. This isn't fine at all. Oh, see. Okay. Alright, I get it now, dumbass snake. I get it now. Alright. I get it now. Dumb fucking bitch. I get it, Don! Shut up! Don't go grabbing people, you sick son of a bitch. Ow. Okay. I was crouched. That was on me. Yeah, I'm out here getting absolutely abused. But I'm getting faster and faster. And that's what matters. Why do I feel like I did better without the spear, though? So I'm waiting to summon my mimic. Oh, that's very nice. Until we actually get to Rykard. But, you know. Trying to scoop me, you son of a bitch. Ow! God damn it. Big fucking bitch. God, shit! Son of a fucking bitch. Ah! Stop grabbing me! You whore! God, Jesus. You're yelling like it's an actual 80-foot long snake. Look. Yeah, I'm way closer than I need to be. You are 100% correct on that front. Oh my god, yeah, you weren't fucking. Ow. Yeah, I didn't realize just how long out that wind spear goes. All right, there we go. Yeah, I didn't realize how long that range was. Hey, fuck it up. Oh, okay, bye. Never mind. Yeah, 'twas a range issue. I didn't realize. Like, Jesus. Fucking redonkulous. Anyways. I want my sword back. Where'd it go? Do 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 do. Oh, what the fuck? Do 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 do. You. You do. All right, we're good. How did I save Ireland? What the fuck did this man do to Ireland? Snake Man. You don't need to be scared, I said, Snake Man. I'm fucking terrified of you, I said, Snake Man. We're gonna up all our shit. Hi, Cookie, how are you? Thank you for the buffs, Big Snake Man. Man, this is where he was living? Not to judge your crib. Oh yeah, chat does need to vote on a song. I'm gonna be real honest with you, I did forget. Chat, you guys, since we reached the last goal, last time I streamed, and I just wasn't really actively thinking because I was in the middle of a collab, so my mind was occupied. You guys get to vote on the first song I do a cover of. So I'm gonna make a Discord server, or I'm gonna make a channel in the Discord real quick. 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna make a channel in the Discord. It's gonna be under we're gonna put it in text channels. It's gonna be in the Donathon. Actually, it's gonna be under the Donathon. It's gonna be a text channel called Song Cover. Cover Song Request. Cover Song Request. And you guys, there you go, can post the songs that you want me to cover. And then we will have a whole tier voting system, like a whole like tree tier voting system. Thanks, bud. Yeah, we'll have a whole tree voting system. Yeah, top picks will then get put into a Twitter poll. Is how that's gonna work. Yep, absolutely. Was there another way out through here, or? It didn't look like it. Yeah, like a tournament bracket. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, I'm just gonna, you just teleport out? Okay, well, I'm gonna run out because there's still shit here that I want to see, so. Oh, fuck me. Who's that? Oh, it's Tanith. Ugh, I feel like I'm gonna piss her off. But we'll see. Hey. You mad at me?
It's true then. You've defeated our Lord.
Yeah.
Defeat is not the end. Our Lord is immortal.
Mm-hmm.
And will one day rise again. Stronger.
Okay.
Until then, I must stay the path and do my part.
Oh, so you're like delusional. Okay, that's cool. We love Delulu bitches. Oh. You leave something for me since I completed your task? Thank you. Yeah, it is very nice of her to not instantly sick a knight on me.
As my noble brother says, I'm a complete fool. Can't believe I thought I could become a champion.
What's up with you two?
So, you killed Rykar.
I sure did.
I harbor you no ill will.
Uh-huh. I don't believe that for some reason.
Such
is our code.
Such.
Even he was prepared to meet a wretched end when he first took blasphemy unto his very flesh.
I'm trying to figure out like what I'm looking at on your
The
face.
volcano manor is no more.
Yeah.
We may yet fulfill an old promise.
Your weapon's kind of cool though.
We
It's like a giant
hunted
snake.
our own kind and took what was theirs.
Oh, okay.
And with everything in hand, the
Yeah,
time
I'm sure she's dealing with his death in a very rational, reasonable way with a therapist on speed dial.
Oh, great hope, I am the recusant Bernal.
Bernal.
We refuse to become.
Alright, you good?
Ah, it's you, is it? I'm terribly sorry. But would you mind giving me some time to myself? I haven't achieved anything at all thus far.
Me too, bud.
I know I've dirtied my hands time and time again.
Oh, I've been there. How old are you? Like 27? 28?
Perhaps I am a fool after all.
You just not realizing you've not done anything for your life since you've been an adult?
As things stand, I've given up on the path of revenge and sullied the name of my house. What an easy mark I must have been.
Oh, the wind spear is super cool, but yeah, I did hear it's kind of ass outside of this.
There's just no end to my foolishness, is there?
You'll get there. I think you should also have a therapist on speed dial.
No, it's worse than that. What an easy mark
I'm just saying, I think a lot of you guys maybe should have considered therapy. No back ahead. Champion ahead. Why is it always lover? You know? Oh. Radigan? No. Yes. Wind Spear is one of the best weapons in the game for a hitless run. That's fair. Sad, sopping, pathetic, wet cat, fail guy. Ugh, those are my types, though. I love men that are just failures. I'm just gonna go ahead and unlock all the doors because I can. I know this is just where I came in from, but I just want to open everybody's doors. Great Spears are all amazing for Melania too because of the running attack. Ooh, you make a good point. I didn't even consider. Hello? Didn't expect Snake? Praise the... Was there somebody here? Oh, I think there was somebody here at one point and I did not talk to them, so now they're not here anymore. Oops. Might be. Oh, Rhea was there. That's the snake worm lady, right? That's the lady that later turns out to be one of the lizards. Lady with the bad posture. See, I never actually got to meet her. And I'll open from this side. I mean, alright. The snack lady. Alright, well. Where to next, gang? Because I was kind of just exploring. There's a lot of areas I still have yet to explore. She's friend. The city? This city? Been to Landell yet? I don't believe so. Where is that? I don't ever want to step foot in Caelid again, though I'm probably gonna have to if I want to fight Melania. That green swampy area is also interesting. Oh, is that a swamp? Is that what that is? Ugh. Gross. There's a mini dungeon there with a boss. I mean, I guess I could go check it out. I probably want to come in from here, though, and then go down and up. This whole area is kind of just ass for me. Like, trying to figure out how to get around it. I've kind of really struggled with that for some reason. Because it's down there. Oh, there's a path over that way. Oh, fucking sick. Hold on, come here, Torrent. Oh. I guess I could just go down the side of the cliff. Torrent, please. Jesus, be careful. I'm kind of just looking around. Excuse me, bingo bango boyos. This is exactly what I was looking for. Oh, wolves. Hey, buds. Oh, there's a thing here? Who you want to shoot for next? I'm kind of just taking them as I run into them. Hello? Oh. Please don't. Anyways. It's a bit much, don't you think? How many biddies to go into the giant ant cave? There's not enough in the world. Ain't happening. You would have to, and I'm being dead ass serious with you guys right now. If y'all want me in that ant cave, you would have to single-handedly pay for the entirety of my 2.0 rebrand. That would be the only way I would actually consider going into the giant ant cave. I am being so dead ass right now, too. That is coming up on near $3,000. And that is the only way I would consider it. Because that, the idea of that sounds like hell to me. Oh, leave me be. Oh, I like just watching this man run up on me from the distance. We back in the mines. Let me call a few people. I hate y'all. I hate y'all so much. Y'all are not making me do it. It's not happening. I refuse to do it. I refuse to go in the ant cave. You can't make me. Oh, wait. You can't make me go in the ant cave. I don't want to. God. Fucking dark as hell in here. Hello? Don't. Do not do the fire thing. I realized what he was up to like a second late. But imagine the content. I can't keep giving my life away for content. I'll die. Anyways, what the fuck's going on in here? There's a down. Let's go with the uppies. Uppies sounds more fun for me. I pick a power metal song that's easy on the vocal cords. It doesn't have to be. You can absolutely destroy me if you want to. I'm giving y'all my express permission to absolutely destroy my vocal cords if you want. Ow! Asshole. Why did you become a VTuber if you're not willing to sell your soul to the meme? Gore, it's all fun and games, but I guarantee you, chat cannot donate an amount of money that would make you come in here and play a game that's all about spiders. And we both know it. So don't bullshit me right now, Mr. Arachnophobia. Or maybe I'll bring a fucking tarantula from the backyard into our bed tonight, and we'll see how you feel about that. You would be surprised at how cheap I am. You should not be proud of that, sir. Okay, but do you have arachnophobia? Because Gore has severe arachnophobia. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. Jesus. Video game spiders or whatever, for the most part, that's not true, and we both know it. We both know how you feel about it. You can say whatever you want, Gore, but we all know the truth. I don't have any phobias. Dawn, that's a very believable sentence from you. If you want me to be completely honest. I would believe that you truly do not have any phobias. You're just built different in that way. I'm just kind of gathering everything that these guys are working their lives away on. It's too loud in here with all of them alive. You know what I mean? Whee! See, but now I'm hearing the whispers of the damned, so maybe it was better when they were just doing what they were doing. Try explosion. Weak foe ahead. Seek fire. Then try throwing. Eh. You know, probably didn't need her, but it felt nice to have her around. So, you know. I like to do things with my Mimic. It makes me feel less lonely in this world that is hell. Anywho. Oh, hush up, you. Still mad at me? Alright, so we were going this way. I got a little sidetracked, my bad. Delicious swampage. Whatever that is, it's being guarded. So I want it. Gimme. Oh, hi. My bad. Didn't see you guys there. I was just coming up here for this grace real quick. Oh, is this a poison swamp? I didn't even notice. I'll be careful then. I know that man loves his poison swamps. Yeah, I'm seeing the problem. It's a poison swamp castle? What if I told you tragedy lives here? Would any of you believe me if I told you that? Where the fuck did you come from? I might live like this. I'll never tell. Honestly, it's my dream to live in a castle. A nice, good old-fashioned, old-styled castle. Oh, hello. Probably shouldn't run up on you, but I'm going to anyways. Poison Swamp Castle is what they call my bedroom? Y'all are going to hell. Though, I'll admit, when I first met you, your bedroom did indeed smell like a Poison Swamp Castle, so... Oh my god. Assholes. I knew there was gonna be someone else up here, but my brain was like, no. It's fine. I'm breaking all your barrels out of rage. Alright, off we go. Seek down. I really don't know if I want to, but I will because you asked nicely. Bro, what the fuck? Nasty ass bitches. Oh, 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 they bite. I didn't realize they bit. Oh. Super cool. Oh no. Can I not get it? There we go. I'm stealing your paintings. Get that little bit of stank on them. Yeah, they got that stank. Sometimes bitches just got that stank. You know how it is. You just gotta deal with bitches that got that stank. I mean, not me. I don't got that stank. I don't know. Ugh, let me up. I'm stank free. Proud to say, also not stinky and fishy. Also proud to say, not itchy and burning. I am not a musky husky. Unlike some of you bitches, I bathe. Frequently. Okay, what are you? Oh. Okay. That was not how I was expecting you to die for some reason. What the fuck is that? What the fucking hell? Poison swamp, poison swamp. We're having fun in the poison swamp. Come along, take my hand. Let's hang out in poison swamp land. Poison swamp, poison swamp. Mama loves a poison swamp. Every time you bathe, your gamer power resets to 0. Oh, that explains why I keep being ass at this game. I keep bathing in between streams. Poison swamp is just the next tier of swamp ass. Ugh. Do y'all think Miyazaki knows the lyrics to Dragon Tales? Let me up. Let me up. I don't like the slugs. Let me up. Oh great, lizards. Love that for me. Y'all like how I'm just kind of like looking around trying to figure out what the hell I'm looking at? There's a ladder over there. We can just get to it real quick. Nope. Up we go. Upsy daisies. Making good use of our time. Ew, look at that stinky motherfucker. He stank. He do be stankin'. Oh boy. Uh-oh. There's Stinky. Say, uh-oh, Stinky. Alright. There's a lot of items just kind of scattered around here. Uh-oh! Stinky! Finger pinkers! No, I think it's more like a Yu-Gi-Oh convention if you want me to be completely honest. Feels more like Yu-Gi-Oh to me. All these guys lost though. Anyways. Fine. Yeah, your average Yu-Gi-Oh locals, pretty much. Look, Gore used to play Yu-Gi-Oh pretty religiously. I've seen a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh men in my life. And this feels like a Yu-Gi-Oh man kind of situation to me. Ooh, that's a big ass flower. Hi, Ember. Yeah, that fucking Gore sent me that. And I was like, bro, why'd you send this to me? I believe it. Oh god. Don't. Yeah, Gore sent that to me like I didn't live it. Yeah, he's like, whoa, man. There must be something wrong. No. Just your stank, sir. I love the idea of being like, oh man, the other dudes here must have been mean to her. Must have not treated her well. Like, no, bro, you guys just fucking reek. Y'all are just stanky. That's her only problem. There's a lot of these big flowers around here. Oop. Yeah, exactly. The men don't need to be offensive. I can smell you. That's bad enough. Fantastic. Oh god. You're really gonna Scarlet Rot me, you fucking asshole. What a cunt. Oh, and I'm poisoned? Of course. Look, I knew that was risky, but I chose to do it anyways. No girls allowed, yeah. Anyone with good hygiene, not allowed, including the girls that we want to fuck us so badly. Also, before you get mad at me, I'm allowed to make fun of the Yu-Gi-Oh bros. I'm married to one. Hi, Diesel! Thank you so much for the lurk. It's so good to see you. I'm allowed to make fun of how stinky the Yu-Gi-Oh bros are because I married the only non-stinky one. And even if he was stinky, it would still be okay because he's special to me. That's how this works. Oh, hi? Fire? Really, you asshole? Oh, great. Now I'm down here again. Fucking fantastic. Jesus, the rot. I love gambling addictions. Yeah, that is all Yu-Gi-Oh is, ain't it? Don't. Please, God, there are so many fucking effects that are happening over here. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking redonk-a-donk. Oh no, I'm green. Stop! Don't you fucking dare. To me, right now, you are the worst. Don't fuck. Oh my God. How am I still being poisoned? Why is my poison level going up? I'm not even standing in the poison. The fuck? Asshole. Oh, you gotta be so fucking for real. You gotta be so fucking for real. I hate these things. Ugh. Fucking, oh, death. Oh, death. Hey, keep that giggly goop to yourself. Ow. Keep it to yourself. Trying to get somewhere. Come here, you two. I want my fucking runes back, if nothing else. How the fuck did I do this the first time? Cunt. Anywho. I feel like there's still more for me to do. Stop! Dickhead. Ugh. Yeah, I can't go to Yu-Gi-Oh! Conventions with Gore anymore. Because I have the problem of, I go, and then men hit on me, but they're all stinky. I hope you see my dilemma. It's not that the men are hitting on me. I really don't care about that. It's the fact that they're all stinky. Uh-oh, stinky. That's true. Gore does play chess now. He wants to play Magic. Does anybody want to get Gore into Magic and completely ruin our bank account? Yeah, Magic the Gathering. I know how to MTG. Love that for y'all. Look, by teaching Gore how to play Magic the Gathering, you will indeed be completely decimating our savings account. So be aware. I don't even know what the hell's happening over here. Do I want to know? No, I've decided my answer is no. Dawn, I think we need to remind you of Gore's art skills. Hello? Hey! Don't bark at me. What's going on over here? Nothing good. Gore does not do art. No. His art skills are the equivalent of a toddler's, but I love him. Gore does pay for art. We pay a lot of money for art. Honestly, we probably pay way more money than we should for art. And I don't mean that as in like, oh, the artists don't deserve our money. I mean that as in, oh, we are low income people who spend more money on art than probably almost anything else. We spend the most money on art and food, probably. Ow. Oh, spellcaster. Fun. Come here. And you. Come here. I know there's an up. I just want to look. And will I regret looking? Maybe. Up. Oh. He's not doing too hot, is he? I mean, he's beautiful. I'll go back up that ladder real quick. Yeah. That kind of is the way our budget looks. Our budget's like too much money for food. Because me and Gore love to eat, man. Like, we eat good. Do not Google gore art if you're squeamish. Yeah, that is very true. Don't do that. No, we like to eat good food. So we spend a lot of money on good food. And I like pretty art. So does Gore. So we spend a lot of money on that too. Like I said, 2.0 is probably going to be around, estimated right now, $3,000. So and most of that's going to be on the art side of things. So, you know, we love our artists over here. Truly, we do. Yeah, that's true. 2.0 is going to be way more money on art than what we normally spend. But to be fair, it's also going to be broken up over a handful of months. Be wary of sniper. Will do. Ooh. Asshole. But yeah, it's not all gonna be in one month. It's spread out across a handful of months. Oh, hey, big boy. Oh! That's a move. I wasn't expecting. Do you like how instead of dodging, I just decided to go all in? I'm getting braver, chat. What's up with all these statues? Are they trying to tell me something? Because, like, I think they're gorgeous, but also... Oh, that's where that ladder goes. The more you know. I want to live here. You just got back from Japan? I'm jealous. I would love to go to Japan. It's on my dream list of places to go, but now that we have a baby, we have to wait till she's older. Kick the ladder? Should I? Am I gonna get jumped? Oh. Oh, it's to make it easier for me to get up later. Makes sense. I want to live here. How do I live here? I mean, the poison is not great for my lungs, but you know. Minus all that. Behold, beautiful. Love ahead. Oh! The boss is here. I see. Well, and for good luck. Strong foe. Oh. I see. Oh my god. The sword moves. Just gonna crouch over here. Can I move? A sick ass sword though. That's Melania. I thought those knights looked familiar. These are hers. Oh boy. Oh brother. The poison makes property cheap. Yeah, I think that's just paranoia, Dawn. Well, you know, this place is pretty dope. I dig it. Yippee! Make friends with the guy that acts like a drunk Yakuza from a video game. Fun fact, me and Gore met up with some online friends once. we went out to a pretty well-known party street. Just cause we could. We actually went out to go get desserts, but you know, who doesn't go to a well-known party street for desserts? Anyways, we went out to go get desserts and we bumped into a drunk guy. There were a bunch of drunk people out there. It was on the weekend. You know how it is. And we bumped into a drunk guy. Yeah, Dawn, you know them. You weren't there for this, but you know the person that did this. Yes, this is when we met Zet and everybody. But yeah, no, we went out. To go get desserts. And as we were leaving the donut place, one of our friends who was drunk bumped into another drunk person who was leaving. And that person tried to fight them. Like, got real pissed off, like wanted to fight. And there's our friend that we came with, so fucking friendly, was like, yeah man, food here's great, was like super like chill and laid back about the whole situation, as if they didn't just bump into a really angry drunk guy outside of this dessert joint as a drunk person. Fucking cracked me up, man. Hi, Dog Ant. But no, they were being so sweet. And it ended up with the two of them, like, becoming friends, almost. And the guy was like, oh, okay, food here's good. And it's like, yeah, man, food here's real good. So fucking funny, man. Sent me. We legit thought, like, we were about to get into a fight with this drunk guy and his buddies. No. They ended up being so friendly. Because the friend that we came with was he's such a friendly drunk. Cracks me up. God, how I love Zet with all my heart. Truly, there is not one that rivals her. Did I already fight him? No. I don't know who him is. Depends on who we're talking about. Hear Bethesda retcon Fallout New Vegas out of existence. I did hear about it, but I don't know much about it. I've never played a Bethesda game. Except for, I guess, we played Skyrim recently, but... Go back to the tiny tree and go down the road? Oh, okay. 1 second. I'm just looking around. I've not really, like, actually, like, spent time over here much. You talking about that big-ass man over there? Because I don't want to deal with him. I don't like him. The drunk Yakuza like guy was the food is great. Alright. I don't know. Sometimes drunk people can be the best. Other times drunk people can be the absolute fucking pits. It really just depends on the person. Okay, thank you for coming. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you get good EBs. Go up the road this way. I've never played Fallout, so I wouldn't know. Oh, okay. Huh? Sir? What the fuck are you doing here again? Can I help you? Oh, fuck me. I'm stuck in a hole. Well, come on then. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm stuck in a hole. Oh. Such a weird combo. I literally rode by here earlier and did not come across... I saw this guy sitting here. I guess I rode past him too fast? I have no idea. Sex causes cancer? I mean, it can. There is a type of cancer that is caused by sex. I know y'all are not talking, like, legitimately, but yes. Oh, he doesn't even give you... You have to fight that man again and he doesn't even give you shit? Asshole. He gave you a medallion. Yeah, he does, yes. But I meant like, when I said he doesn't give you shit, I meant like, he doesn't give you, runes. That's what I meant. Yeah, he gave me a medallion. Yeah. Look, I'm not trying to be ungrateful. Go up this hill or the hill that's over here? I think you meant the hill that's over here. I haven't really explored around this area a whole lot. I kind of ran through here just gathering things so that I could come back later. I probably don't need the equipment load talisman anymore. I'm sure I'm fine without it. I love it here, man. Say what you will about Elden Ring. Game's a work of art. It's beautiful. Oh god, these fuckers again. Oh god. Torrent, you're gonna want to book it, bub. Why is my sword not out? Oh, don't mind me. Oh! I feel like I'm about to be minded. Oh, fuck! Is this what happens when you're not paying attention? You get jumped by another fucking tree sentinel that spits fire for God, why? Lightning! Jesus fucking Christ! I'm just gonna tank these hits for a second! Please leave me alone, sir. I am unwell. Oh, fuck me. Oh, and the arrows. The arrows are still coming. Oh, be so for real right now. I'm only using them dogs to get this man off my ass. Oh my god, the fire. Oh, the fucking fire. Oh. I'm gonna let him kill me. Just to start this over from the beginning, now that I know what the fuck's going on over here. No, I'm not underleveled. I'm good. I'm just, bad. I'm just bad at the game. Yeah. I wish it was something as easy as being underleveled. Unfortunately, I'm just notoriously bad at the game. And I'll be the first to admit it. Yeah, it's very much a skill issue. Though, like I said, do you like how I was like, man, this place is so beautiful, only to then immediately get jumped by giants? Oh, fuck. That one was for me. That one absolutely was for me. And so is that one. Oh, Jesus. Jesus! Oh, need to move. Oh, fuck me. All right, bet. I beat every bot hitless. Oh no, couldn't be me. It couldn't be me. I'm gonna be real honest with you, Chief. A hitless run is not for me. I am barely getting through this game as is. Which is really funny, because every time I play this game, people are like, oh, you're actually not bad. And I'm like, thanks? I think? Yeah, some people have the skills. I'm not one of them. Actually, I have enough to level up again. Do 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 do. Wait, Dawn, did you actually do that? I mean, that sounds just crazy enough to be something you would do. Yeah, see, that's where I'm at. I'm not skilled at video games. However, I do have a child. I have mothered offspring. So I've continued on humanity. So, you know, you win some, you lose some, I guess. Though I came real close to being bad at video games and bad at having kids, so I came real close to just losing all. Post on the Discord? Oh my god, please do. Raising Bunny to be the ultimate gamer. Nah, Gore's gonna do that. Gore's way better at gaming than I am. Let there be seed. Do not nut on that dead man's face. Hi, Yoru! How are you? Me when gaming. Yeah, I wish. I'm bad. I'm bad at gaming. Those who can't teach. Seek madness. If I don't want to. Why is everyone so depressed? Oh, yeah, that sure is a down. Oh, look at that! A little trumpeter boy. What songs is he playing? Jesus, the Erdtree's massive. Dead by Daylight killer. Ooh, I need to get back into Dead by Daylight. It's just every time it updated, I had to re-download the whole game. It was such a pain in my ass. She currently drinks formula and milk, but she's actually slowly coming off formula because she only wants like actual human food now, so. Goober. She's very cute though. I've made a very cute baby. Is it almost Melania time? I guess so. You know, I almost came pretty close to being Ooh, that's so cool. Oh. I almost came pretty close to being bad at games and having children, so would have been an ultimate failure. My boyfriend also has a baby. Oh, that's so cute! This city's beautiful. So, is that an actual dragon that's been crystalled? Like stonified? Or is it a statue of a dragon? Well, no, there's a giant weapon there too, so I imagine that some kind of fight happened here. Hey, dudes. I don't feel like I should kill these guys. I feel like they're friends. Okay, good. Good, good, good. They are friends. Good. Just wanted to make sure. Oh! That one's not a friend. Got it. Some of them are friends, some of them aren't friends. The E and the A in Melania? Millennia? I don't know. Habit, I guess? Is it Melina? I don't think I've ever really played close attention to whenever she says her name. If you want me to be completely honest. Melina? Melina's the chick that hangs out with you at the... Oh, hey, big boy. Just, Melina is the chick that hangs out with you at the... There's a lot of ME names. I'm gonna be real weird with you. But she's Melania. Millennia? The good news is she says her name every time she kills you. Yeah, melanoma? I guess... Oh, what the fuck is that? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Are they sisters? Bro, chill the fuck out with that. No. Don't do it again. Don't. I don't like it. I didn't realize they were sisters. I thought they were the same person, if you want me to be completely honest. This is my dream bedroom. Gore, can I make our bedroom look like this? Please. And you can't say no or else chat's gonna get mad at you. Only if I dust it? Alright, bet. We have a deal. I see you. Sorry, I had to turn on a light. I wanted a better view. This place is absolutely amazing. Be wary of tower. Oh, that's an elevator. Okay, hold on. I want to come out here first. Excuse me. Don't. So the ones that just are blowing on their little blower, those guys are chill. It's the ones that decide you have to die that are less chill. Okay, what the fuck's going on in here? Oh, I see. Yeah, I would love to have a house that looks like this. This would make me very happy. Hi, Raikou! How are you? Hello, 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 hello. Oh. Okay, so that just loops you back around. That's nice. Good to know. Ba 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 da da da. I want my house to look like this. Ba 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 ba. This place slaps. It's fucking sick. Ba ba. Ba ba. These guys are depressed. They have no will to live. Unfortunate. Hello? Sir? I'll come back for you. I'm fucking up their furniture out of jealousy. If I'm jealous of you, I'm gonna come fuck up your house. Those are my rules. I know there's a ladder there. I'm putting all these depressed dudes out of their misery. I destroy what I can't have. Exactly. Also, man, these dudes are sad. Alright, we didn't have to go extra on that. Not like he's fighting back. Time for rolling. Oh. No, you didn't see me. Oh. Hi. Didn't see you there. My bad. What do you mean lunatic behavior? This is how normal people are in the world. I am completely normal. There's not a single thing wrong with me. I don't understand. I mean, this place is pretty sick. Completely normal became forfeit whenever you decide to become a VTuber as a career. Well, look. You got him up against the wall! Don't let him win! Alright. Oh my god. Where the fuck did you come from, sir? Jesus. Sorry, bud. Would have put you out of your misery sooner if I had seen you. Yeah, I'm completely normal for a VTuber. Why is the door covered in honey? Who slathered my door in honey? Alright, well. Bees? Oh man, the bee. Always slathering my doors in honey. Do I pull a palatine? What is a palatine? You have to explain that to me first, and then I will give you my wise oracle answers. There's a big ass dude right here. Hello, sir. You seem like you're having a bad time of it. I'm here to put people out of their misery. I'm here to solve all that ails the depressed with a sword. I have solved your problems. Praise me. Alright, what else? Emperor Palpatine? Yeah, Star Wars gotcha. Like, okay, I thought you were saying Palpatine, but I was like, there's no way they're saying Palpatine. But you were saying Palpatine. Personally, I'm gonna say don't roll for him because he's a dick. And he's ugly. I believe in only rolling for cute characters. Just so you know what I stand for. Dogs. Hey, y'all. Come here. Can't get into any of these fucking doors. Is there a Star Wars gotcha? Oh, today I learned. Star Wars gotcha, indeed. That feels like a trap. I was correct. Feels like a trap for a reason. Thanks for taking that blow for me, bestie. Thanks, bestie. Have a good day. So that's my best friend. She a real bad bitch, drive her own car. Did y'all know mimics know how to drive? They do in my head. Gacha and card games go hand in hand for ruining lives. I suppose that's fair. The only gacha I've ever gotten like super into are like some of like the really dumb mobile game gachas. But even then, I don't think I ever spend more than like $10 on them. Though I will admit that Gord does try and get me to spend more. Every time I get into a gacha on my phone, I'm like, I'm not gonna spend $20 for this thing, and Gore's like, but you could. And I'm like, I'm not going to. And he's like, well, it's my money. What if I want you to? And I'm like, oh, it's fucking asshole. You know? I just want you to win. Oh shit, what's up, girl?
My utmost thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
For bringing me to the base of the Erdtree.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Here, I can govern my own movement.
Oh, nice. Where are you gonna go?
Thus, the accord is fulfilled.
Shit, I'm single again?
Held apart
God damn it.
to ascertain the purpose I was given. Farewell.
I mean,
I shall leave
all right.
and the power to turn runes into strength. Here, with you.
I appreciate it, but now I have to be single?
In realizing your ambition.
Aww.
You have fought long and hard. I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord.
That'd be sick.
May you take the throne.
May I? Alright, bye. Well, I'm single again. See, I don't like Star Wars. Fun fact about me. I'm about to get jumped. But I don't like Star Wars. So if you ever want to do or know anything Star Wars related, I'm not the person for you. I actually have a relative disdain for Star Wars, so... Oh, that's the door at the beginning. Is it not? Oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry. I just can't get into it. I am, however... Well, I was not a Star Wars kid. I was, however, a Lord of the Rings kid. And I was potentially attempting to get married at Hobbiton? Ow, you fucker. Oh no. He recharges so fucking fast. Fucking asshole. Hate you. Oh, there's a bug ball down there. I'm not going after it, though. You can't make me. Anyways. Why are all these doors jammed shut with honey? Did I climb the dragon? I really want to. So cool. I'm sorry, I'm not keeping up with chat very well. Didn't expect up. Dog? The dragon? Are we calling the dragon dog? Yeah, it definitely seems like the people in the city are nasty for honey. Cause what the fuck's going on? Hi, Laris. How are you? Dawn, you don't need to be rude. Dawn, remember how we learned how to be nice with our words? Oh, they're giant rats. Ah! Don't! No! My head! Y'all are so gross. Oh boy, Dawn. What just rolled up behind me? Oh god, what the fuck is that? The hell am I looking at right now? Oh! Lizard. It's a worm. I've just come to the realization that fucking with it was probably a mistake. So I'm gonna run. Yeah, you can worship that thing all you want. I'm getting the fuck up on out of here. Yeah, he fucking hurts. Ugh. Maybe. I just won the shit that was down there. Oh my god, the lightning. It never ends with these bitches, huh? Yeah. Keep that shit to yourself for a minute. Jesus, I'm busy. Bloody fuck, man. The tree danger noodle? Wait, who's the next boss? I don't even know. Let me up. There I go. See, I started talking about Star Wars and I stopped reading chat. I'm sorry. I hate to be the one to admit it. Ah. Piss Godfrey? Damn. No, it's alright. I don't mind. I genuinely don't mind. You guys are more than welcome to have your own conversations in chat. It does not bother me. I'm just fucking with you. Whee! How? Fuck y'all. Yeah. All hail the death worm, whatever. Hey, bud. I've got you cornered. What are you gonna do about it? Stab me a couple times. Ooh. Hands! So much fucking fun. And rats! Try target lock. I see. Stop! I'm target locked onto the wrong hands! Ugh. You ever target lock onto the wrong hands? Ah, that's a big set of hands up there. Hey, big boy. See you grabbing bitches. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should just keep it to yourself. All right, well. Oh, hey. Didn't realize y'all were following me. Nice to see. Very, very met. I need to watch Fifth Element. I've never watched that movie. Fun fact. I've heard great things. It's a classic. I've seen cosplays of it since the beginnings of my cosplay days. But I've never actually watched it. Oh. Boop, boop, boop. What sci-fi films do I like? I grew up on Star Trek, honestly, so I do enjoy, like, the Star Trek, TV show. And I relatively enjoyed the movies as well. They weren't the greatest, but they weren't the absolute worst either. Such is the way for some things. But believe it or not, like, I'm not a huge sci-fi nerd. I'm more of a medieval fantasy nerd. To the point that I almost went to college to get a medieval history degree. Specifically, so I could study the proper medieval history things. Because I always wanted to make my own medieval fantasy, like medieval high fantasy book that I wanted to write. And I wanted it to be as historically accurate as possible. So I'm that shade of weird. More than anything else. I wouldn't say weird. I'm that shade of nerd, I think is a better way to word it. Hello? What weapon do I think would be most effective against a flesh spaceship? Anything that can cut. Don't mind me. Did he just jump down here? Jesus. Physical weapons are garbage against them? Plasma. Fascinating. Well, today I learned something new to me. No, leave me alone. Leave me be. There's a whole area beyond that gate? Oh! Okay, I'll go back. My bad. Didn't realize it. No, this fucking dude again. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. Hey, buddy. Whee! Oh, there's a... Oh! What am I looking at? What is that big bitch I'm looking at right now? Hmm? This is the sex room. Oh, is this where she goes to bring people back to life or whatever? Yeah, I saw you there. Oh, shit. Excuse me, everyone. Excuse me, everyone. They're so noisy. Anyways, what's Big Bimbo doing up there? I'm making my way back to the well, don't mind me. Why is Big Bimbo outside the sex room? Is he the garter of the sex? Does he guard the sex? Maybe Big Bimbo is into more than just sex? Well, why would he be? Oh, see, I didn't even realize these were doors. Whee! I like it down here. That's quite nice. I've only had the sex once. I don't think that counts. Hello, everyone? What the fuck? How'd I miss that fucking rat twice? I can't see part of my screen because a pop-up just showed up. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Whee! Yeah, maybe Gore knows. Gore, what do you know on Big Bimbo sex lore? Oh, Gore might be feeding the baby, actually. You ask Gore every time you have a sex-related question? Oh. How often are you talking to Gore? Race ahead, seek left. Will do. Ooh, ow. Cannot open from this side. Okay, well. Ow, I can't move. Okay, dude fucked me up because I went the wrong way. I don't know what left is, apparently. And also, the pop-up prevented me from doing anything. Oh, okay, okay, you will ask Gore, okay. Does Gore answer? Sometimes. Wait! Why did it bring me all the way back here? Fuck. God damn it. I'm mad. Oh, is that... oh, are we gonna do Mog next? Mog's a fucking gross looking man. Excuse me. Excuse me, everyone. I'm gonna do a quick run through. Don't mind me. What do you mean Mog is hot as fuck? No, keep your fire to yourself, you asshole. Jerkwad. Alright, alright, alright. Yeah, 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 I hear ya. I'd honestly... I believe that your whole Twitter feed is hot Mog fan art. Don't ask me why, that's just a believable thing for you. Rats. Rats. We are the rats. See, y'all are now discovering how bad my... So I've got a great sense of direction. However, I have an awful sense of my left and rights. So I know exactly where I need to be going. However, my problem is that... despite knowing exactly where I need to be going, I can't give directions to other people because I really struggle with my lefts and rights. What the fuck? So... we're good. No, don't worry about it. Would you stop? Leave me alone! fucking cunt! Jesus. I need to go get my fucking runes. Asshole. You the fucking worst. Is this door openable? No. Grand. I imagine I need a lever of some kind for that. Come here, asshole. I know you see me. All right. That's 2 down. 1 more to go. All right. Look, I know I've got enough runes to level up again, but I really don't want those assholes to come back. You know what I mean? Up. Ow! Fucking rats! Oh my god, am I about to die to a rat? Is that so for real right now? Are we being so fucking for real right now? Was that rat seriously about to get me? Rats. One of the most basic enemies in Elden Ring history. I'm not toggled onto the right rat. Oh, I was discussing dinner with my mom. Oh, that's fine. How are you doing, Soulful? Oh. Shit. I need to figure out what me and my family are doing for dinner as well. I can't see my poison level. Oh, fuck me. I should have just run by. That would have been the smart thing to do. I don't have the recipe for what I need. Alright, well. We're gonna run by this time. There's no real reason not to. Sugar cookies from work? Ooh! That sounds amazing, actually. I've just come to the realization that this is probably going to be a bad time for me. Yep, I was correct. Fucking hands, man. Fucking hands. Baby Burb is in bed. How are we doing? You know, we've been better. We're poisoned. I need a key. I don't have a key. So, I'm a little confuzzled. How are you doing, Third Word? Yeah, poisoned as Miyazaki intended. Snickerdoodles are Gore's favorite. I like chocolate chip cookies, honestly. Well, I don't want to go back down. Where the fuck do I get the key from? Yeah, I'm sorry it's been a week/day, but I also feel you. Let me in. Hi Neon, how are you? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I actually have water today. That doesn't tell you anything about where I'm at today. I'm actually willingly drinking water. Look. It's been a week. Try right. Don't. I hate it. Keep that shit to yourself. Look, it's been a week. I need water. Is that really such a crime? I feel like I'm just grinding the hell out of slugs. You know what I mean? Like, what's the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? I actually need to figure out what I need to do for dinner. Actually, a really good start. I have not quite yet figured that out. Come here, big boy. Oh, you fit in here. All right. Big boy dealt with. Jambalaya. I take my ADHD meds pretty late, so while I don't have to worry about dinner, I do have to worry about sleeping. Oh yeah, that's very valid. Oh god. Hey, did you know fighting these two at the same time was not really what I wanted to do with my day? Because I just learned. We're kind of just doing a vigor build, but we're kind of just moving around for it. Moving. God. I was really hoping I'd run into another... Shit. Alright. Not much I can do about it. Oh. Well, there go all those souls. Fuck! How did that even happen? Why is that a giant lobster? Well, there goes enough souls for a level up. Oh. Good God. I was hoping like this way would be like a shortcut. Ow. Okay. Blood loss, super fun. Thank you for feeding Grim. There's no song playing, so I don't know. I haven't even gone. Oh, it's just showing you what I was listening to last. That's so funny. No, I haven't even gone down to the lobster yet. Not it outing what I listen to in my free time. Damn. Oh my God. These dudes just fucking jump you. Oh my shit. Why am I down here again? I just lost a whole level up. I'm kind of pissed off. I don't know why I'm here. Chat just told me to come here, so I'm here now. Ow. Hunts. Are you being so for real right now? You're gonna throw shit at me? You'll never catch me in the sewers without a guide open. Well, here we go, I guess. I see. No, keep that to yourself. I don't want to see it. Keep it to yourself, sir. Thank you. Jesus. Oh, this was a shortcut to where I died. No, it's not. It's a shortcut to the Grace. You're planning on coming for me the moment I open this, huh? Why was I listening to chat? Because I obviously am not intelligent. Alright, bet. Die. I fucking hate you. Oh! And I thought I heard another one. Ow. How did that drink not count? I had to wait out the whole drink animation. Oh! Sorry. Sometimes this game is something. Sometimes it do be something. Yeah, you keep that shit to yourself, sir. I do not care. I just want my souls. Oh my god. How the fuck do you get over there? You don't. What the fuck's down here? I don't want to be here. I need a key to go the other way. What? I don't think I've ever been so confused playing a game in my life. Good night, Dawn. Thanks for putting me directly into hell. Greatly appreciate it. Hi. Yeah, I'm not having an okay night, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Is that a door? That is a door. Okay. We're just gonna wander around down here for a minute. Oh, cool. Fucking asshole. Whatever, man. There are like 3 ways that it can lead to? Great. Okay, I know where I am. I know where I am again. It just kind of takes me a second to remember. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Trap ahead. Yeah, it's big brother Billy. Come on, big boy. Let him take his time. Oh, fuck. How the fuck did I kill him so easily last time? I killed this man easy as hell last time. Well, shit. Okay. Ain't that a fucking pain in the ass? Okay. We're just gonna book it through, go straight. Go up. Through here. Ambush. Whatever. Go down here. There he is. Okay, there we go. That was fine. I don't know what the fuck happened to me earlier. Alright, and then you come up here, and then these two guys are up here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come down here. I'm just gonna lure them down here so that they have to come down here to fight me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fuck! Okay. That is the tactic, though. Just bring them down here. And then fuck them up in the sewers. Well, we got the tactic down. Up. Up. Yeah. Up. Oh, fuck me. It's so easy when you're not accidentally falling into the wrong parts of the sewers. All right. Oh, good. Because I died right here, all my runes are right here. Come on, big boy. How's the sewer maze? It's alright. I keep fucking with these guys, and every time I get close to getting them, they always get me back. So, you know. No, come here. Come on. I want you in here. All the way in. Alright. They're not too bad. If you want me to be completely honest with you. Come on. I just gotta start taking them one at a time, and I'm not doing a very good job at that. Really? Come on. Let's go. All right. It's 2 down. Now let's get this boy. Jesus, this is taking me forever. Big boy. All right, there we go. All right. Those 2 taken care of. Open the lever. Hi, Gore. Welcome back. What were you and the baby up to? Oh, we took a nap. Oh, I love that for y'all. What'd you miss? Me running around in the sewers like a fucking freak. Oh, that's nice at least. But yeah, no, that's all you've missed is me fucking wanting to kill myself in these sewers that Dawn told me to go into. No jumping ahead. I see. Secret tunnels. First off, down, therefore try jumping. Time for jumping off. I don't know. But look, sometimes these bitches lie to me, so I have to check. You know what I mean? Okay. Hi, buddy. Barry have left. Will do. See, sometimes I trust the game. Lover ahead. Oh. Oh, the flower. Well, the flower's an asshole. I want to go home. Yeah, me too, bro. Me dos, brosive. Me dos. Undead ahead. Berry of death. No. What if I just said no for now? Come back in a minute. Oh. So it really is just go deal with the flower or go up. Alright, I guess I'm going up. Because I don't want to deal with the flower. So... Doot doot. Strong foe ahead, and then shortcut ahead. Oh. Oh. Buddy. Oh, good news. Frog's not coming up from behind. Bad news. If you can just stop them from doing that, you're pretty much golden. You just have to stop them from doing it, which is the most frustrating part. I love this sword because it like staggers a little bit. Thank God. But yeah, this sword staggers just a little bit, which stops moves, and fucking thank Christ it does, because... your girl would be having a rough time if it didn't, let's just say that. Where is this? Where am I? Oh. I see. There's just a dude that hangs out over there? Hey, can I unselect? Alright, well, that guy knocked himself off the edge, I guess. I didn't mean to go down this way again. Not where I want to be. But I'm here now, I fucking guess. Alright. These guys are legitimately the fucking worst. Oh. Well, he's stuck. That's fine. You alright there, buddy? Good luck, bub. Ooh. Aggro them into falling off the ledge. Honestly, not the worst idea. Did you not, Gore? Probably the smartest of us all. The fuck just fell by? Okay. Gore is quite possibly the smartest of us all. Wait, do I not have enough runes yet? Nope. Yeah, Gore truly is the smartest of us all, because this sucks. Whatever, man. Leave that guy be. Watch yourself. All right. So, I guess the tactic here is fall off there, jump. I wonder if I could. I'm gonna do something, and if this doesn't work out, y'all are gonna watch me fail. Oh! I came very close to a fail. Oh ho! Oh. Oh, that's Big Boy down there. That just circles us back around? What? This doesn't take me all the way down, does it? Now it does. Well. Guess I'm heading back into the sewers. My butthole is puckered. Yeah. Relatable. What's going on down here? Hello? That's a hole. I don't want that. I want to go up. I want to go up. I cannot believe I'm doing this without a walkthrough. This seems like such a bad idea. And yet, fucking here I am. Going through these fucking tunnels without a walkthrough. Oh, that just looped me back round. Okay, so I went the wrong direction this way then. That's where I fell in. Up there. What the fuck is over this way? Oh my god, nothing good. The hell's up this way? Oh, I missed it. Didn't miss it. This be door? Not door, but not very sturdy either. Yeah, I also love the Bloodhound Fang. Gore was asking me the other day, he was like, are you sure you don't want to change weapons? And I was like, if you want to be honest, I've gotten so accustomed to this one. Don't think me changing would do me any good. Where the fuck is this? Is this even where I want to be? It's not. I know where this... Okay. Came in from that way. I don't know either, man. Dawn told me to come down here. And then went to bed, so... Ooh, ads. That man just tried to get me through the wall. That's fine. Ow.
Alaris0 gifted a tier 1 sub to Nick 6997.
Oh, Alaris, thank
They
you so
have
much
given
for the gifted
45
sub.
gift subs in the channel.
You've given 45 gifted subs. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Nick, I hope you appreciate, that was not the word. I hope you enjoy, that was the word I was looking for, your emotes and time away from ads. All right. I hope you appreciate it, Nick. I swear that's not how I was trying to word that at all. Ooh, 56709. Go back up. Oh? What's up, Gore? I just learned what's down here. Oh, great. Is that anything fun? Probably not. Alright, that leaves me back here. Cool, cool, cool. That's what I thought. It does end towards a boss. Yes, so I've figured that it's all one big maze. I've come to that conclusion on my own. I know there's a lobster down at the bottom. Haven't figured out how to get down there yet. All right. In case you want it. That link, like, stopped halfway? Tube. Oh, bro? I'm gonna need you to be so fucking for real right now. You did not just backstab me. Hello. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely killing you real quick. Oh, I know where I am. Yes, 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 yes. Phantasmagorious. Ladder ahead. Supposedly so. Oh, yes, so there is. Oh. Jesus. Why were there so many babies? There were so many babies. All right, down we go. I just learned how to get down. Down, gang. Down, gang. God, it's so far down. Oh, I've never been so happy to see a Grace in my life. That may not be 100% true, but it feels true right now to me. Oh, hell yeah. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do for dinner. I'm actually hungry. There we go. Two-handed. Visions of blood loss. Strong foe ahead. Oh, they're ordering pizza? Okay. I guess I can have more pizza. That's fine. Oh, this is fucking Mog! Oh! Oh! Oh, fuck me. Wail on him! Oh, fuck. Alright, we got him. Touching Grace. Ooh, Archie's favor. That wasn't even fair. No, we jumped his ass. Poor thing. Poor thing. Yeah, so I know that's not the actual Mog. There's no way it is, because the actual Mog has Mikola, right? And Mikola's not here. Okay, well, I did that. That was a fun little side mission. Oh, I want to go get to the Mog. How do I get to the Mog? I want that man dead. In the dirt. There's a hidden door in here? Hold on. Let me guess. Take a look-see. Oh, these bleed. That's pretty cool. Found it! I did a good job! I found it! Hello? Oh. Morgott? Let me in. Morgott, let me in! Aww. Morgott won't let me in. Well, fuck. I gotta make myself crazy to go in? Do I have a do I have food that'll make me go crazy? Do I have something that'll make me go crazy? Yeah, I want to go crazy. I want to go stupid. I want him to let me in. Maybe a spell? Maybe. Hold on, I'll just look it up. 1 second. Okay, 1 second. Let me look it up real quick. Secret passage behind Mog. Okay. Wait, what? That's ends. That's not what I need. Hold on, I'm pulling up a YouTube video. God, that's... Okay, yeah, you rest there, whatever. Back there. Weird, it's just open. For other people. Do I maybe have to kill Morgott first? And then come back? Because it looks like for other people, it's just open. Oh, it locks you into an ending? Oh, you have to do Millicent. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, buddy. Oh. Oh no. Oh god. Hold on. Real quick. I'm gonna do something. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute the I'm gonna get rid of some things real quick. Somebody screenshot this and send it to me, please. Okay, that's just for me to go back to later. Alright, Forsaken Depths. Tired. I think I might be done for now. I killed a boss. I'm pretty proud of that. Only took me 1 go. Okay, so what's up with this big boy? I am curious. What's his issue? Oh! He's easy. Alright, well. It's in general, the Discord. Oh, okay, bet. Let me in! My question is, like, he gardened something, or he's just over here to make it into this house a pain in the ass, I guess. Oh, there's a ladder there. Oh. How do I get up there? Walk down that ladder. Yeah, he's one of those that looks a lot scarier than he actually is. It's not a great screenshot. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I appreciate you taking the screenshot nonetheless. Alright, that's the sewers. Gonna tear ass through here real quick. Buddy, you don't need to get up. Mind your business. Jesus. Fucking Jesus, sir. Stab that man. Leave me out of it. Ah! Oh. I see. I see the situation we're in right now. It's not a great one. Gonna pull that lever real quick. Don't mind me. Let me up. We gotta go. Not really 100% sure where the hell I am. Oh. Hello? You're not facing me, are you? No, we're good. Oh god. Oh! Oh, you're one of those. Good to know. Oh, fuck me. Oh god. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, that was almost a horrible time. Jesus. Oh. Good God almighty. Fuck. Yeah, those guys are definitely something. I've seen them before on videos, but never in person. So that sure was a thing. Oh, that's the door up here. I see. Shortcuts. We love shortcuts. I love that it all connects. It makes me so happy. God, there's so much blood all over here now. Sorry, man. Alright, well, I guess next way to go is this way? kind of looking around. Getting an idea of where I am. Where I'm going. What the hell's going on. Oh, I can actually open this. Okay. This takes me to the outskirts of town, looks like. Huh. Weird bird chicken people. Fun. Love that for me. What are we worshipping? Try stealth. Or oh, fuck me. Oh, God. Get down here. God, I'm full of feathers. Jesus. The fuck ever, man. All right. The hell does this lever do? Oh. Oh. It's an Ella lever. Oh, I see. Okay. Alright. Take a sippy sip. Oh. I feel like I missed a grace somewhere. Oh no, is the grace outside of here? Nope. I feel like I missed a grace somewhere. I don't even think I can get in here. Yeah. Margot again. Okay. Margot. Can't go in there yet. Yeah, I gotta go beat ass. Alright. For the first time in this game, I think I've done bosses in the bad order. Also drink all my water. God damn it. Oh, there are just no graces over here? That's a little crazy, actually. No horse ahead. Yeah, I know it. Hmm. America keeping her two ugliest kids as close to her as possible is a little wild to me. Considering we all know she has favorites. Well, then I guess we'll come back to this. All right. Well, let's go this way then. I didn't go this way earlier, so. We go this way. Oh wait, no, I have gone this way. Okay, 1 second. I guess I gotta... Where's the piss trail take me towards? It's a good question. I have not seen a piss trail, if you want me to be completely honest. Though, I think I do have an item. Ooh, pretty rock. Why do I just have a pretty rock? The fuck is up with the pretty rocks? Oh shit. I see. Alright. Thanks, Tiny Fake Grace. Can I upgrade my weapon now? I don't think so. I need to get this gate open. Oh. Don't gotta be doing all that. That's a little dramatic. Excuse me. Do you like how I just jump into people because they're in my way? I figured you could climb up it. Oh, that gate never opens? Well, why the fuck did it want me to go that way then? I figured you could climb up it, but I don't see what the point is. I guess to get on top of the building? I mean, I guess I can try it. Fuck it, why not? I'm kind of just goofing around right now because I'm about done with stream. I'm tired. Ow! Ow! Fuck y'all! Excuse me. Oh. Okay. Let me up. Let me up. I was like, don't really know what I'm going, what I'm doing. This whole area is kind of a maze. Ow. I've kind of just been going on the offensive more lately. I don't know. You always get on to me about panic dodging. So. Figured it would make y'all happy if I didn't panic dodge as much. Seek lever. I'm seeking. Ooh. We'll rest there in a minute. Oh. Oh. I see. I don't see. There's definitely something going on over there. I don't know if I want to have anything to do with it. Item ahead. Sure there is. Oh, cane sword. That's nice. Hello, everyone. Oh. You two are aggressive. Whoop. Okay. Here. Door there. Dragon's foot over there. Oh! Ow! Okay. Took that straight to the fucking shoulder. I'm not allowed to look around, apparently. Looking around gets you stabbed. Jesus. Oh. Alright, anyways. Fucking that guy. Hey, gang. Hate to do it to you. Oh. You know, I probably could have just ran by the gang, but I don't know. Something about him pissed me off a little bit. Likely friend. What the hell? Can walk up that tree. Can I use torrent yet? Nope. Anyways, I'm just gonna run up here, don't mind me. Mind your own business, and it'll all be fine. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh! Oh! Let me go, please. Ah, ah. Oh my fucking god. I was not expecting that man to grab me. Who the fuck just does that? Jesus. Oh, it's another Coliseum. Cool. Yeah, who the fuck just grabs another person like that? God damn. Oh, I see. Okay. Take that tree almost all the way up. And that's the next boss. I see. Y'all doing good over here? Or... Shit's not really worked out for y'all, huh? You know, I should have titled this stream Killing the Depressed, because that's all I'm doing. These guys are so sad, and I'm just like, die. It'll fix your problem. They're sad they don't get to be Elden Lord. Well, I mean, if this is the shit you have to put up with to be Elden Lord, cheer up, buds. Because not only could it be worse, it is worse. Look at all the shit I have to put up with. Cheer up, lads. Hey, bud. Oh! You just go swinging, huh? Whew. Yes, you do. No item ahead. Tree ahead, but giant. Message ahead. What did that say? Sadness ahead. Who's sad? Oh, shit. How do I get down there? I guess I could just come from over there. That works too. Yeah, but it's all for the maidens. I fucking guess. Is it worth it though? Is is pussy really worth all this? You know what I mean? Like, I know they say pussy is power. But all this? Every last bit of it, huh? Hold on, gotta kill all the shamans. One second. You know what Kendrick said. Yeah. But by God, has that man said a lot of things. Chill out, man. Chill out, lads. Chill out, lads. Chill out, lads. Chill out, lads. Time for you to go. It's okay. You've done a good job protecting the Erd Tree. Mommy America's probably proud of you. Probably not. I don't really think she gets proud much. Oh! Just real quick. I wasn't prepared for this. Oh. Hey, Godfrey. Oh, hey, Godfrey. Hey, Godfrey. I wasn't prepared to see you today. Where the fuck did this man come from? Sorry. Kinda had to jump him, or else bad things would have happened. An Elden Lord must always be ready to be jumped. Yeah, I suppose so. Suppose that is the rules. I need you to know, too. I was looking at this room, and I was like, wow, this room is actually giving me, like, great, like, inspiration for what I want Tragedy's new background to look like, for her new just chatting to look like. Like, this is giving me amazing inspiration. And then I got jumped. So yeah, he is a ghost. I could tell that. That man did not look corporeal. Yeah, because I was looking at all this and I was like, wow. Like, the architecture, the moss hanging off of things. The way it's, like, obviously ruins, but they're well kept. Like, I'm over here going, wow. Oh, I can have a fourth talisman now? Okay. Oh, yeah, so I can. Raises focus, robustness, guard counters. Memory slots. Yay! But yeah, no, I'm like looking around. I'm like, wow, this place is nice. It looked good in here. Not perfect inspiration. Only for me to then immediately get jumped. So, you know. Such is the life, I suppose. Oh. I know how to get up there. It's the tree. Yeah. You get up there from the tree. I knew that. Hey, bud. Don't mind. Oh. I can run up that, right? Oh, the other balcony. Oh, okay. Bet. Yeah, but to say, that's a little steep. Up. Hush up. I wanted to go grab that real quick. Wait, so you can't run up this at all? That's a little bit of ass. Oh, yeah. The branch out here. Hold on. Do I even want to go see what the fuck's going on in here real quick? Nothing important. Up we go. Yeah, living in this house gives you a great view of the Erd tree. Yes, I have played and beaten Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't really play much of it on stream. But I have played and beaten it fully in my free time. Window there. Don't mind if I do. Joop, 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 joop. Behold, boss. Oh, is that... Oh, is that the previous Elden Lord just chilling up here? Everything okay at home? Yes, so I did a normal tab route originally. And then we started a Dark Urge route, but I had already watched like all the spoilers for it, so... I'm just gonna go ahead and kick that ladder down. There we go. But I love Baldur's Gate. It was a fantastic game. I really did enjoy it. We played it for 3 months straight, though. So by the time we were done, I kind of needed a break from it. Yeah, I did end up accidentally spoiling it for myself. But also, I was like playing right when it came out. Oh, they're pull-ups? We bought her pull-ups on accident? Uh-oh. I didn't realize we bought her pull-ups. Are we potty training her now? Is that what we just decided? Like, that's just what's happening? Or... They are her size? Okay, good. Yes, I did fight Raphael, and it took me a whole night. Took me forever. Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, we can potty train her if she seems interested, but she has not shown any interest in the toilet at all, so... You know. They claim to be leak-proof. Oh, they're probably meant for overnights, then. Oh. Hi. Oh my god. Sir? Can you not? Whatever the fuck that was. Bro's just sitting over here being creepy as fuck. Ooh. Place is nice. It's a big ass couch. I don't know if I'd call it a couch. Alright. Oh, what boss is this? I don't know. Let's run in and see. Yeah, I also want to nap here. This actually is exactly what I was thinking for Tragedies Just Chatting. So... maybe this is fine. Oh, is it Margot that's there? Okay. Let's go check him out. We'll go check him out. See how he is, and then, Margot. I know it's Margot, but I have a cousin named Margot. And that's how her name is spelled, so... Margot to me. Alright, well. Oh yeah, you sure can summon a buddy here. Oh, it's Melina. What's up, babes? You broke up with me. But... sure, I guess we'll do this together. Cutscene, cutscene. I'm out of water and I'm so thirsty.
Graceless, tarnished.
Yeah? Hey, big boy.
What is thy business with these thrones?
Better than your big old grippers, I'm gonna tell you that.
Godric the Golden.
Dead.
The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania.
Both alive? Question mark on Mikola behalf?
General Radahn.
Dead.
Praetor Rykard.
Dead.
Luna Princess Rani.
Not dead. Would be dead if I was allowed to kill her, however.
Willful traitors. All.
I don't know, man. The twins... I mean, yeah, the twins are traitors. They don't want to do what their mom wants them to do.
Kind are all of a piece.
His horns are cool, though.
Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Yeah, these are free grippers, but, like, at what cost? Oh, he's got one of those, like, prismatic, like... I'm an edgy, like, teenager who bought a prismatic fucking shank. Pocket knife.
Morgoth, last of all kings.
I don't know about all that. Oh, no, I totally get it. Hi. Ah! Hey, Morgoth! Fucking chill! What is your damage, Dancer? Damn. Shouldn't have jumped his ass. Get him, gang! Oh, fuck. All right. Damn. He baby. Fucked him up.
Not but a fool.
Am I? You're the one laying here.
Wards off all who deign approach.
Okay, well,
We are
mutton chops.
all forsaken.
Shut up. Sorry, I tried to hit him and that didn't work. I tried to be like, shut up, bitch.
None may thy deeds.
Look, just because you want to be Elden Lord doesn't mean that I'm not gonna get to be Elden Lord. Also, I love the strategic cloth over dick placement, but then I can just angle. Oh my god, there's like a little floppy peen there. That's crazy. Anyways. Yeah, we whooped his ass. No biggie though. I want in his chair. Oh. Is there Grace up here? No, there is not. Oh, and I can't leave either. Okay, I have to go through. Alright. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just curious. I get curious from time to time. That's all. Damn, none may enter the Erd Tree. Shit. He was right. Oh, there's the Grace. Beautiful. You gentle touch. Sorry, I just fucking jumped this man with my goons and then immediately commented on the size of his dick. I'm so sorry to this guy.
Old friend.
Sorry, Margaret.
Give me a moment to converse with you. You were unable to enter the Erd Tree. No?
I'm sorry, Margaret. I really did just fucking jump you with my homies and then go, haha, tiny penis! Let me look at your tiny little schlong! Oh, my bad. Classic disrespectful peach kill. Yeah, today's just been a day where I've just been, being a little much with these guys.
To aid in that very act. So I'd like you to undertake a new journey.
A new journey.
With me to the Flame of Ruin. Far above the clouds.
Uh-huh.
Upon the snowy mountain tops.
Oh, right. She needs the fire so she can burn down the tree or whatever.
I can set the Erd Tree aflame.
Yeah.
And guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord.
Yeah. We can do that. That's good. Okay, thank you.
Shall I turn your root? Let my hand share them with me.
Okay, I was going to, but you don't have to whisper about it.
Your ambitions. The principles you would follow.
Raphael's boss music was fantastic. Well, that was a thing I just did. The Erd Tree. I gotta go there. To there. Very nice. Now all the barriers are gone. True! Doop, doop, doop. The Queen's bedchamber. Perhaps that's where I want to be. Yeah, no, Raphael's music was fantastic. They did a great job with it. Check it out. Gonna fall to my death. I fucking... Apparently it's later on. If you... Oh, hi. Apparently it's later on down here, if you go down here. It's not immediately. I just want to look. I'm just trying to look. I'm just taking a look-see. I mostly just want the items that are down here, and then I'm dipping. Okay. I just wanted some of the items down there. I didn't want to do the whole thing. I just wanted... I was looking for the... Okay. I am done for today. My eyes hurt. I need a break. However, that does not mean you're done forever. Just means we're done for now. I'm gonna stream again tomorrow. And it'll probably be either more Elden Ring or it'll be Stardew Valley, depending on how I'm feeling tomorrow. That honestly is kind of up in the air. But I do want to raid somebody. So, stick around. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Stick around. Yeah, all of my audio has been weird today. So strange. Anyways, let me find somebody. I think I just need to update. Let's see. Let's go hang out with Boo. I love Boo. And I very rarely am streaming at the same time as she is. So let's go hang out with Boo. Yeah, I think it is OBS. I need to update OBS, so. Alright. Y'all have a good night. I love y'all. Be good. Oh, wait. I accidentally fucked up the raid. My bad. Hold on. Wait. There we go. There we go. Alright, y'all have a good night. Love you. Bye. See you tomorrow.